Alright. Hello, guys. Alright, you can do it, camera. I believe in you. Anytime now. Camera, please. Thank you. Holy shit. It's never taken that long before. Alright. Let's get this party started. Now, I might be a little sloppy. I have not been playing a whole lot of Smite. Unless you want to count Smite 2, which I did play on Friday. So there is that. But I actually haven't played Smite 1 since last time I streamed Smite 1. Which is, what, Thursday? When did I last stream Smite? Yeah, okay. The 26th. So actually it was Wednesday. But yeah, if you're here now, you can just queue. I don't know. Yeah, we have a minute, so we're good. It's a good time. It's been going pretty well for me and Neo the last few streams, so hopefully we can keep it up. How's the history looking? Yeah, it's been going pretty well for us. We just gotta keep that up. Managed to get up to 7.5 or 2.7. I see. They had to drop a bit in the following 3 matches, but still at least the 2.6k range, which is neat. Yeah, that's nice. That is nice. I don't even know where I am at the moment. Damn, didn't get to check. I believe I'm still in 25 somewhere. We got King Coolness, and who seems to be the correct Rika and Utah, so this is a good team, I would say. Been insanely busy over the past few days. It happens. Hopefully everything is good. Yeah, like my schedule overall and how easy it is for me to just sit down and stream will be so much easier once my water is back. Because right now I practically have to plan whenever I go to the bathroom and like obviously when I shower, because that should take so long when you have to go so far down. When you don't have it right beside you, I can't just go out and do it right now if I wanted to. I literally can't. So yeah, it's just super annoying. Like, especially when I'm streaming and I have to plan a specific time for streaming, I have to make sure that, make sure you go to the bathroom, make sure you've showered and all that stuff before you do all that stuff. And not that I wouldn't do that normally, it's just, it takes so much more time doing that right now. It's kind of annoying. But it's not the end, but it is just, it's an unnecessary nuisance. What am I picking, though? It's going better than expected. It was 2 days, though. All the main issues will be done. Okay, that's good then. definitely get that. I don't know what I would do. Could just probably take a shower when I would, especially during this hellish heat. I'm very happy that I should get my water back before it gets real bad. My neighbors aren't as lucky. They just began for my neighbors, so they won't be having as much fun during this summer. Because that's gonna suck. Showering down in the... Even though they're pretty nice containers, right? They're not horrible. Like, they're not horrible in terms of just, you know, what they offer you. That being said, they're still small, and they're standing in the middle of the heat. Like, when the sun like is at its highest, they will be standing in the sun. So they're hot as shit, like during the day, and probably also going into the night. So really, if you want to do it, you have to do it super early in terms of showering, because otherwise you're just gonna sweat while you're showering. It's that hot in there. So, but outside of that, it's they're not that bad. It's just annoying going down there. Yeah, I added the captions for the last stream as well. Gabo did make use of them, so that was nice. But there's definitely still some complications with the captions, because Gabo is not a word in the English language, so sometimes he won't understand what I'm saying because he doesn't know I'm speaking to him, or maybe the subtitle is just bad, because I am a mumbler. I tend to mumble quite a bit, and that doesn't really help. So yeah, Gabo's getting rid of gobbled. Trust me, it was a lot of different things. Some of them were really funny too. Instead, I tried to refer to him as #1 Fenrir, which also didn't work out, because Fenrir apparently also didn't really read out very well. It ended up being Fenner. Yeah, the new craze of the past days have ranked as Master and Warriors and Guardians. I have seen a few people do that stuff, but I haven't done it myself. I don't know how it works. I've also seen some people play more Horus. So, yeah, I don't know. I do not know if it is something I need to be scared of.
I could slay a dragon with this.
You better be getting this AdSense. I believe you need a specific amount on Twitch before you get it paid. So, as far as I know, I'm not getting anything yet, which is still pretty surprising, because I've had a pretty good amount of subs coming in, surprisingly. Like, I'm not asking for subs at all. If people want to, like, I'm not gonna stop them, but...
Okay. No worries. No. Okay.
That sucks, but the match ain't over yet.
what was I saying? I completely forgot, because I was asked something in, or something in chat. Right, I've been getting a pretty decent amount of subs, and I really, really appreciate it. Like, I'm very thankful for it, but I definitely don't need it. Like, I'm like, streaming isn't my job. I'm just doing it for fun. I'm here for the people and the interactions with you guys. So for the most part, I don't recommend subbing, but obviously I don't mind getting extra money. Like, no one would mind that, I think. So. But yeah, you get what I'm saying, I'm sure. I don't want people to sub just... yeah. For any other reason than simply just wanting to give me money, I guess. You can do whatever you want with your money.
Have fun,
But yeah.
get banned.
Thanks.
Why does that feel slower than usual? Oh, it's Crucible Solo. It is not Horus. I don't mind, I guess. I should win the lane pretty easily against it, at least.
give up on the raid. You might need replacing.
Of all the things I could have done, that wasn't the plan. I was trying to push him in and then be on the opposite side so that I wasn't gonna get punished for the tower. But that fucking didn't work out. Well, whatever. At least I still have like a, shall we say, health lead.
Maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
But that sucks. Classic start to my stream. I expect no less.
An enemy has been slain.
I just gotta make sure I at least hit level 5. I don't want to end up falling behind too far in levels here.
Out of mana. Be careful. Thanks. You're welcome.
Yeah, that should take care of the lead that he had.
Out of mana. Be right back. Now that's this. Thanks.
He does have TP. Yeah, he is back.
Completed. Hungers. Yes.
Oh my god, the minions.
Lane.
The fucking minions! God damn it, dude. That was bad. I should have just killed it. If he chased me, he could have killed me anyway, but... God damn. Bad, bad, bad. That's the only thing I can say. I don't have my phone. Shit, I need to turn on some light. Yeah, no worries, Neo. It's alright. It's not gonna be the longest stream either, I think. Because I need to not fuck up my sleep schedule. Streaming until 1 or 2 a.m. or, I mean, worst case scenarios, all night, is a bad idea for me. I can't be doing that. I would like to start the stream slightly earlier, which will be easier for me to do once the renovation is done. But right now, I at least want just like a good 3 hours, starting hopefully latest at 9. Then I can stream until midnight. That's like the ideal scenario for me at the moment. What is he building? Okay, it's just got full cooldown basically. Also, I have slight lags for some reason. Well, I paid the price for that. Every time. I've died so far, every single time I've gotten a blue buff. Instantly. Almost instantly, I have just died. So, this is not good so far, to say the least.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
And here he is.
On my way. I'll be back. Your
Enemy missing left.
is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Okay. Ward here. Ward here. Ward here. An enemy has been slain.
Poggers!
Your middle tower is under attack.
I need to just solo farm for a bit. I'm really falling behind now. At least Kuzenbo is dying too, but it's not because of me. This is not a good start.
Your middle tower is under attack. Yosha!
Nothing we can't handle.
At least they're both magical, I guess. Usually when they go for a Guardian in solo, I hate it, because then I won't have protection against the jungler. But in this case, they're actually both magical, so... getting protection here simply just helps.
Be careful. Mwah! Compliments to the chef. You might need replacing. Mwah!
You're not a
Compliments to
GM,
the
are
chef.
you?
Okay. Well, he was dead, so I should be able to get this for free.
Your left tower is under attack. Where are you off to? Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
It's got a 2-level lead.
Enemies in the left. Enemy missing middle.
Damn, this kind of sucks, because this definitely was a lane that I should have won. I just played this so bad. Now I'm in the sad situation of
I'm returning.
being so far behind that I can't even really fight Kuzenbo.
But the match ain't over yet.
Which I might actually... I don't think I'm dead, but...
Follow me.
An ally has
It's fine, you can't zone me. I'll be fine.
Wow, he must have choked on the meatball. I'll attack right lane.
Attack right lane.
Set up an ambush here. I was born Ward here. Ward here.
Suck it up.
Where are you off to?
That sucks. But the match ain't over yet.
Your left tower is under attack. That was a salty anchovy. Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll back before I end up just overstaying here.
jungle needs to be watched.
On my way.
Enemy missing right. An enemy has been slain. Your left
Enemy
tower
ultimate
is under
down.
attack.
Be right back.
You up to? Fight me now. Let's wrestle. Your left tower has been destroyed. I will vanquish you!
Help left lane. I got you, fam. Delivering them their damage.
You look strong. Kabbat.
Eat
Enemies in
pixels,
the right jungle. Enemies in the right jungle.
Retreat!
Cancel that.
A kiss for luck. Not that we need it.
You right there.
Enemies in the left jungle.
I'm so slow.
Attack
Enemy
right
ultimate
lane.
down.
My nay-nay.
Enemies in the gold fury. Enemies in the gold fury.
Destroyed the gold. Wow!
Okay.
Joker on the me. Do your best.
Not that we like it.
Always be prepared. Give us all tank and spank.
Tank and spank.
Do your best. Vanquish you!
Enemy missing
Shut
left.
down. Where are you off to?
I guess I'll back actually. Get my stuff and back off so I can finish my next item. It's been pretty poor performance for me this game, so I need to pick myself back up here.
Enemies in the left
Damn.
jungle left.
Where are you off to?
Enemies in the left jungle. Enemy missing middle.
I'm gonna kick your butt. Dragon scale. It's important to look good in battle. Do your best.
Okay.
Alright, let's box now. I'm down. Whoops. I'm not down.
You're not again.
Enemy missing left.
Me now. Where are you off to?
God damn, man. Using bow with low cooldowns is hard to fight. No! I don't want to stay up with AP boys around. The constant nane is the worst part. They can just be thrown out. That is so annoying. He's pretty much as boring to deal with as someone like Sobek. You're never gonna be able to kill them once they finish a few items. And they're just gonna be a massive nuisance going into late game.
Enemy missing right. Right tower is under attack.
An enemy has been slain.
Do your best. Enemies incoming middle.
Be right back.
Guess he was just doing his blue buff.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
I was born in the dinosaurs.
Ultimate is ready.
Attack. Attack. Need healing. Ultimate is ready.
You all destroyed a left enemy tower.
Be right back.
Be careful. Your shot. Fight me now. Don't give up on the way.
Amma will not be happy.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yeah, I need something where I can maybe get away from Kuzenbo. It's gonna be hard otherwise.
Right tower has been destroyed.
Actually, I probably don't want this. I don't actually know what I want.
Lucky.
Pestilence wouldn't be bad, but we might already have a Pestilence. Do we?
Your middle tower is under attack.
We do not. And she might not get it all.
Ally has been slain as the legend of the ocean.
I'm getting Pestilence. They have so much magical damage. Spirit Rope? Yeah, I might go for Spirit Rope as well. In the end. I am debating. Because I really want to Arch Druid.
Your middle tower is
On
under
my way.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
You think you can just pass away like that?
This jungle needs to be watched.
Enemy ultimate incoming. Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Okay, so
Curses.
maybe a little salt did hurt someone.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
We need to stop going in. I'm gonna see if I can get there in time.
He must have choked on the meatball. Mwah! Compliment. Yes. Not again.
Damn. Everyone has Blink.
Your middle tower is under
Brother, fucking hell.
Passed away like that?
I'm getting out.
Yes. Sorry.
I wanted to finish him off with the damage, not push him.
I'll be back.
Just how?
Give me a minute.
That was a rough food fight.
Eat pixels, cutie! I got you, fam.
Yeah, I'll just finish Pestilence here. they don't have that much healing, but also I need to turn on some light.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's get 'em. Deliver them their dead.
We don't have any wards. I can't even TP and help them.
An enemy has been slain. Fine. Wow. A joker on the meatball.
You're not a GM, are you?
Wow.
Greetings to you.
Compliments to the chef. You have slain an enemy. Bravo. You ought
Attack left lane.
Yes.
Left lane. Do your best. Take this jungle buff. Chase the enemy.
Go away, Kuzenbo. I don't want to play. I hate you. Kuzenbo sucks to deal with. I hate this god. I want to ban him again. FB for Archstrait. What the fuck is FB? Oh, Frostbound? I see.
Attack the mid. Careful.
An enemy has been slain.
On my way.
That was a party anchovy.
You can swim. Attack.
Hit those cuties.
Ultimate is ready. Be careful. Enemy incoming.
No problem.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. They still got it.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Double kill.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Not on my watch.
Mamma mia, not again!
Time for a beauty rest.
Wow!
Back in a
He
stitch.
must have joker on the meatball.
Do your best.
I'm on my way. No.
Sendera! You think you can just
Looks like I
pass
pulled too
away
much
like
aggro.
that?
Now, I need a worthy opponent.
Yeah, I built some bad stuff here. Because I don't really do a whole lot of damage either. It's just kind of an overall bad game for me.
Your
But
middle tower
somewhat expected, not having played in 4 days now. Which may not sound like much, but I feel like... I don't know, I'm always rusty, even when I haven't played. Like, just for a single day. For some reason, that's just how I work.
Enemy spotted.
Yeah, killed in a single knock up.
An enemy has been slain.
Bad positioning from me, so I'll definitely take that upon me, but still.
Maybe a little salt did hurt some.
Bad positioning from me. Because I need to be the one initiating and not get initiated on. I'm just dead.
Yes. I got you, fam. Attack.
Yeah, that definitely can happen for me.
Ultimate is ready.
A kiss for luck.
Spirit Rope will definitely help. Do Spirit Rope affect knockups too? Like, is that... How does that even work? Or are knockups just broken, as always?
I'll attack right lane.
Follow me.
Careful. I'll attack right lane.
Destroyed the pyramid. Your structure is under attack.
Wait.
I'll defend left lane. Your left tower has been destroyed.
We need wards.
Damn. These minions just ignored our minions. I guess that's what only minions do, right? They just ignore shit.
Where are you up to?
Enemy ultimate down.
Attack.
Enemy spotted.
Follow me.
Enemy spotted.
You think you gonna just pass away like that?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Not that we need it.
Get me in combat.
I'll be back.
Mama will not be happy.
Cancel that.
Completed. Don't worry.
Your right tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Don't want to write anything.
Your right tower has been
I do
destroyed.
not think I have room in my...
I've been slacking super hard on wards. I'm really just trying to finish my build in this game. So badly. Now that I do have it finished, outside of still kind of needing to finish some things.
Ally has been slain.
Yeah.
Wow! He must have taken on me.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
Fucking hell, he keeps getting me in combat the second I'm trying to blink. I can't do anything either. It's too late. I fucked up early. I'm a Hercules who's not tanky enough to survive. So it's whatever. I screwed up in this game. I don't mind taking the blame for that. Hebo partly got fed because he just kind of got free kills on me. So I'll take the blame. And while I did come back into the game for the most part, it was kind of already too late at that point. I ain't really gonna blame anyone. It was a rough game. We dropped the ball, fight giant, and lost the next 2 fights. That's true. We did fuck up that part up, but still. Yeah, I didn't expect. I had Uller and Vulcan zoned in that fight. I didn't expect Hebo to be around as well. So it's partly my fault as well, since I'm the zoner. But yeah, it is what it is. But nah, I think like that was a massive difference in solos in this game. Kuzenbo was such a big problem, and generally he will be if he hits late game. But I should have done way more early game. I'm winning this lane super hard, but I got first blooded, or at least something alongside it. I should never have died. I just screwed up. I got pushed into the tower and like far enough into the tower to take 3 tower shots. That should never happen. That should not happen that early in the game. I pushed him, and I shouldn't have pushed him, because that resulted in me being pushed without having any push. And so, I died. Also, Uller fucking destroyed me late game. He did so much damage to me, and he knew it too. He just jumped me. I couldn't stop it. Just some bad first game, which happens pretty often for me, but I'll just have to make sure that I am now warmed up so that I can do better. Yeah, it's unfortunate that Poseidon was late on the ult. It happens. I mean, realistically, Hebo should never have been able to just go in and won it. That also means it was just bad zoning on our part, even not just on me. Obviously, I was already zoning to people, but more people could have, I don't know, spotted the Hebo, or our vision probably was the biggest problem for us in this game. We never have had any vision. And I will, once again, partly take that on me, because I was so focused on filling my build, because I just felt super far behind. So I was definitely just slacking on buying wards. Specifically sentries. I had a few normal wards, but that doesn't really matter if they have all the vision, because they were warding quite a lot. Hebo is relatively busted. He's pretty good if you get fed early for sure. I don't think Hebo is that bad to deal with, personally. I think it's kind of like dealing, I mean, this is kind of maybe a bad example, but it's kind of like dealing with an Alquang. You cannot give him a lead. He's one of the few guys in the game you simply cannot give a lead, because they will snowball so hard. But if they fall behind, they're just an actual snack running around. They will still become scary at some point in the game later on, but yeah, I get you though. Hebo is hard to deal with if he gets any sort of lead. I played like shit, so. Normally I think Hercules is fine into Hebo. I actually like the matchup, because if I hit just a single of my ones, I should win the matchup, especially if I have ult up. But I just played like shit this game. I played so bad.
Pick your god.
The thing is, like, I feel the extra responsibility as well, because there was so much focus on solo. Like, we were stealing their blue buffs and shit. and I still fucked up. I pretty much got my lane like handed to me on a silver platter, but I just, yeah. I mentioned I made some bad, like super bad decisions. Mainly the first blood that was really bad, because it gave him a lead he should never have had in that matchup. Hercules wins that matchup so incredibly hard, because not only can Kusubo not box you, he also doesn't lane clear better than you. You're literally winning in both things. Normally if you're just winning in one, you can take advantage of that. But if you're winning in both, you have zero reason not to win. So, if I'm dealing with Kusubo again though, I might go for something around in the same vein and simply play Sobek. No, okay. Hey Trapsy. Hope you're having a good day. Karen. You napped, had nice pizza. Damn, that sounds pretty nice. Could do Guardian. Could do a Guardian. I'll just do a cruising by myself. I don't want to deal with it. I can't be asked to, not again. I'll play it myself. I'll do it myself. Funny enough, I was kind of thinking about playing Horus. Oddly enough, I have never really given a single shit about Horus. But I kind of want to try him in solo. I don't know why. He was good for a little while, but I don't think he's that good in solo now. He's weak. He's so incredibly weak in the early game. Mostly because of his clear. He has decent boxing potential, but his clear is kind of bad. Now you're gonna play Smite. Sounds nice. Horus solo where when Golden Blade was a thing? Yeah, I heard that I missed the Horus solo meta, as well as the mage meta, as I came back. Coquelin. Well, I'm definitely not winning the lane, but I'll be playing this one for the mid to late game. Which I'm kind of regretting now, because now we have Hu Yi and Nuwa, who is also kind of meh in the early game, but pretty good going into mid and late. Though I guess they have Giannis and Loki as well, so both teams are kind of in the same vein overall. We do have a Fenrir though, so hopefully that's gonna be something good that we can work on. Is Loki even that bad early game anymore? I don't actually know the new Loki early game that much, especially in jungle. I do not know any of these people. I know Skyneo, I guess, but Loki early game is good if you're gonna get out pressured. Okay. Alright. I just shape the fuck up. I cannot get first blooded again. Especially against a Coquelin. That being said, I don't think I will. Because this is at least a character that I know I can fight on, so I naturally just play more safe. On Hercules, it's always the aggressive gods I die on, because I'm like, I can fight. And then I fuck it up, and I'm like, fuck. Shit, I can't fight anymore. Also, what would you recommend on solo Kuzenbo? Like, Axe? Or Conduit Gem? I imagine Conduit Gem would be fine. Conduit for clear. Ranked as like a real chat. I haven't done it, man. I haven't done it. I want to try it, but I haven't done it. And I don't want to fuck up my game because I haven't done it before, alright? That's my only reason. I'll just do breastplate. I really do want to try it. Because apparently it's the big thing. So I feel like I need to try it. Alright, is there a good spot for the Harpies for Kuzenbo here? Actually, this is not bad. This is not bad. It's also this one I saw. Where is it? Could work, but nah. I guess pulling it here and doing this is probably the best. Just like you would do in something like Duo. I'll do that. 14 seconds though. Maybe it's best not to do that. Maybe I just double hit it to get the cooldown up earlier. One-shotting them won't really do anything anyway. I have to wait for the blue to spawn. Well, now I'm gonna do it, because I'm stupid and wasting my own time. I still fucked it up. Today is not my day. It's fine. We're pulling it into the tower anyway. It doesn't really matter. Alright. Just gotta get the small ones out. We good. We still did it. Look at that. Winning the level 2 as Kuzenbo. That's great. Go, Nene. Kill him. Get him, Nene.
Can't keep up with this pace.
Does the Nene trigger jump? It does not. Damn. Man, why did they give... Well, actually, you know what? I'm not even gonna say it. Kuzenbo should not be triggering that shit. I got it! And the poke! This lane is suddenly going really well. Oh man. Damn you minions.
Enemy spotted. Cancel that. Your right tower is under attack. Kill them.
Just grab that real quick, so I can back off.
The lighter the better. Invisibility is my ally.
Is this gonna end up being a Thorns game? Well, this was kind of stupid. I just TP'd and I took so much poke.
Said it to yourself.
I'll back off, so at least I can finish breastplate here. And I'm definitely gonna go for a Mystical Mail in this game. That's gonna benefit against Loki too. Yeah, I don't think Thorn is that good here either. Like, I might have to go Blink. I don't know, I think... Yeah, I mean, you're right. Thorn isn't great here. I'm not sure what else would be better. I feel like I can still make use of Thorns in a decent way. But maybe I just go for something like Sprint. Didn't realize my blue was up, to be honest. Damn, lost the XP on that. Well, that was a bad fight to take. I shouldn't have tried to help, I guess. I was not ready for that. I also don't know why Fenrir's behind. Well, I guess he's just behind because he just died and Loki got kills. This is not going well overall, it seems. We gotta shape up, team. This is going like shit.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under
He's got 2 levels on me already? What the fuck? That can't be right. What the fuck did you get? Yeah, of all the boring pieces of shit I could have met in lane, of course I met one of the most annoying ones. That's why I always ban Cocolan. He's such an annoying piece of shit. And quite possibly some of the most annoying shit to deal with. I'm not really sure why Karen is here, dude. I'm not gonna die. Not with ult up. Go away. That's just salt in the wound. Yeah, I wasn't first blood, and also that wasn't really on me in that case. This wasn't like a big solo kill or something. Like, that was just my jungler taking a bad fight. And then I got punished as well, trying to save him. That's what just happened there. But where's the spot? Jesus Christ. Found it. Like, if anything, Kuzenbo does pretty well in against the some of the buffs here in solo, because there's so many ways to double bounce or triple bounce. Blackthorn Genjis, huh? Okay. I can't believe he got 2 level lead after that single exchange. Like, did you get both kills? He did. He did get both kills. Never mind. No wonder he got 2 levels. Oh my god, I got something in my eye. Oh my god, this bot sucks.
Enemy missing left. Enemy spotted. Be careful middle. Escaping won't be easy.
I need a good spot for clearing the wave. Like a good double bounce or something.
Enemy missing left.
It's not that. Okay, here we can do it. That's something. My tower died. Fucking minions. I tried so hard to get those minions off the tower in time. Ah, that sucks. Funny enough, being 2 levels down was the big difference maker in there. If he didn't have the extra HP, and I didn't have, I guess, the 2 levels lower HP, I think that exchange, I either wouldn't have died, and he might have died to the tower, but...
You said it to yourself.
We definitely do not want to fight him.
Invisibility is my ally.
Fenrir, you're 11, dude. We're not killing him.
Retreat! Retreat!
Well.
Triumph begets blood. Stupid. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower.
I don't want to add to the fire, but that was such a bad decision. I do not know why Fenrir went on someone who's 5 levels higher than him, who's also a tank. Don't do that, man. Well, not even just that. We might have been able to kill him if it wasn't because Chiron was right behind him. Or behind us. I did not want to take that fight. That was annoying. Damn, this is not a good solo day. Though this one sucks because it wasn't even on me. So this feels a little extra shitty. But as Kuzenbo, I can't do anything to really get back. I don't have that kind of power. Kuzenbo is a menace if he gets ahead. Or it just stays even, really. If he falls behind, he's not really a threat anymore. Now I need levels to be a threat. I can still be a threat to their carries. But Kokolan is not, like, I can't touch him.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing left.
Like, Fenrir can... So far, Fenrir's been whining about Nuwa a decent bit. The problem for my lane has been Fenrir. He's the reason why I'm behind. The 2 times he came to my lane, it resulted in me dying. Early. And Kokolan getting 2 kills. As a result. Completely putting me in the shit show.
Attack fire giant. You're weak. You don't find ninjas.
What a classic. Yeah, I'll probably do Onis. I'll be in their face a lot. Fenrir bit one of the few people that had beats as well there. You could have taken any of the tanks or anyone tanking the Phoenix or tower. But that's Matika's beats at least.
I shall shroud us.
Yeah, I apologize for the poor display today, guys. It's not going too well today. It's the warm-up stream after not having played the game for 4 days. I wish I could help, but I'm so fucking low level. I can't do shit. And there's no farm to take.
Attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your structure is under attack.
But yeah, problem is we're not winning anywhere, so this is definitely a case of we could surrender. We could also just try and stick it out. The good part about being a guardian is that you will be there for late game, like the utility. Go away, Karen. Why are you even here? We have a Nuwa. You're completely alone. Why are you here? Like, I don't even know why he's here. He's just here.
Enemy missing middle. You're weak. Triumph begets blood.
Yeah, no, that's bad by me. Once again, I should have expected them. Is Manticore spikes good on Kuzenbo? Is that something people actually build on him? Because I could. Yeah, almost there, Cinderin. Almost there. Problem is, we don't have any vision anymore either. Like, we just can't do anything. Like, Karen can probably... Like, the 2 front lines that can kill our whole team right now, I think. What I will do at least is probably Archdruid. But besides from that, I'm not sure. Yeah, it's looking rough. We're definitely fucked. We're not winning this. Like, not a single person won anything in this game. There's no one to carry. And right now we just... I shouldn't have tried to help out there. That just resulted in my death. And stupid and very unnecessary death. Finishing the game plus around the DLC using no spells. Nice, man. Yeah, I haven't gotten to do my second playthrough yet. Been too busy with other stuff. I did begin a little bit. God damn. Why am I so... I'm level 15, man. I haven't been this far behind in I don't even know how long. I cannot think of a single time I have been this far behind in a game. And I can't believe how fast this snowballed. All because Fenrir died trying to kill the Kokol in my lane. Everything went to shit from there. At least Houyi has been getting farm as the ADC, so that's good. Maybe he can do something. It's just no farm to take. Yeah, then the left side. Damn, how much do I need? 900? Shit. If they're all gonna be in the right side, I guess I will see if I can just get some farm here. Man, we're just dying. We're not even fighting S5. Not that I think it would make a difference, but we're not fighting S5. Kind of just making our chances even worse. I'm just gonna have to leave my carry. Go, Mr. Camille. Nice. We got a kill, boys. No, if that had hit, I would have gone for that. God damn it. I mean, if we can all get 20, we might have a chance. Hopium? Yeah, Seagull, give me the up and downs and the whole Rangers thing. Like, what the fuck's been happening while I was gone the last 4 days? What's with all the Rangers shit? I don't think, yeah, no one's really doing it in this game, and I don't think anyone did it in my last game either, but what the fuck's happening? I knew I was dead. Well, there goes our loss, I think. Yay, I'm critting. I'm just dead. Alright. We tried, but once again, nothing ever happened for anyone in any lane, really. Ever, so no one could pick up where we lost. That's honestly just about it. And even if we didn't, or even if someone did, the amount of times people just got picked off for no reason was also not helping. We never really had a good fight. We didn't have a single chance to ever fight back as a result. So, whatever, team. We go again. But holy shit, it's a bad ranked day so far. Why was he immune? Are you immune to Oh no. A jump miss into a one miss. It's not looking good. I'm blowing some beats here. He caught Almond there, that sucks. Damn. Karen's ult caught my 3 on someone who wouldn't have had beats for it. Just a funny meme build in soul lane, I see. The scale one-shot backliners, but it's really bad for lane. You're immune to Yanosol Wine and Fountain now? That's good, I guess. Yeah, no word now. Well, hopefully we can win this next one. I don't think this one we can say is like completely on us. Last one I will take a big blame, because I played like shit. In this one I literally don't think I could have done anything different. I don't. I just kinda got hit by a real bad result of snowballing in solo after Fenrir tried to gank and the gank didn't really work out. And Coquillin got 2 kills as a result, and I couldn't do shit after that. Because while I wasn't winning the lane, I was staying even in a lane where I should be losing. Yeah, I think you can post Altalai. I think so. I don't think I have any restrictions on posting at the moment or linking stuff. I've been top in every single one of these games. I have to start playing like the top. I'm gonna ban the usual. Yeah, no worries, Altalai. It's better to ask than just do it. So, all good. Because I obviously don't want people to just link weird stuff. Otherwise, I will have to start putting restrictions on it, which I probably will. I probably should have restrictions on it, to be honest.
Pick your god.
I don't want to deal with it. Get it out. I'm gonna ban the usual. I'm gonna play like usual, and we're gonna win. Sounds like a good plan. Should I pick Mulan? Don't worry, I haven't picked anything yet. I'm just banning. Because I might have to pick Mulan. Just to make sure that I can box. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to, I guess. I'm saying it now, though. Watch someone pick bullshit like Sobek, and it's just gonna be the most boring lane in existence. That's why I hate first picking. When someone sees Mulan being picked these days, at least what I would do, I would simply pick something that is unboxable. Or something that is really good, like early, so you can try and win the level 2, or something like that. Like a Hercules or something. Because Hercules, I would say, wins until, like, he wins pretty hard until she finishes her 2. Once she starts chunking, he's gonna struggle. Or maybe, I mean, probably not struggle, but he's gonna stop boxing her. But Herc is so damn good at level 2 right now. He can kill anything if you land the 2 or 1 into 2. Especially if they're building Bluestone. And he is also building Bluestone. I mean, Chak, kind of in the same vein. I'm not gonna be able to do much against Chak. In that he's just super safe, and I will probably lose the early game. Because he's gonna be able to wave clear much easier than me. And it's gonna be really boring. Also, Seagull, another question. Do you think Mulan's build is better if you go with Soul Eater? Or do you think going for any type of hammer is better? That's the first item. Because I like both, personally. But definitely having something for like Runeforged going into late game is much better. If I was go damage, I'll go Runeforged. Yeah. That is also usually what I've been doing. I do miss the heal from Soul Eater though. You're personally full defense though? Like just go straight into a breastplate? I don't think I've ever done that. I love damage too much. I want to kill. I want to kill everything. I think I'll probably do Runeforge though. It's a Glad Shield. I mean, isn't Glad Shield about the same as like a Runeforged? It also gives damage in the same kind of vein and gives a little bit of defense, or like not defense, but like survivability. Sort of better word for it. Contagion though. I mean, in this case, you're probably right. That's actually a good call. Maybe I will try out your thing here and go for a Glad Shield into a Contagion, because Contagions with that will definitely be nice. And with Glad Shield, I get the cooldown that I... Not all of the cooldown, but at least a little bit of cooldown. Which is going to be nice. I think the reason why I like my build specifically, where Runeforge going to Breastplate, is just because of the cooldown. The reason people took damage first every game was because this patch was clear wave. Yeah, I guess I just like it now for the boxing purposes. Especially on a god like Mulan, because if you have Runeforged early and you land your 3, that should help, man. You say you usually go full tank, but like I also go Bluestone. So like I would go Bluestone into, you know, I would start like this. I'm guessing you would go Warriors? Bluestone consider as tank, okay. Gotcha. Now that level 1 or rank 1 Cudgel here is worse, I could do something different. Like Glad Shield. I mean, the HP 5 is nice, but you don't get as much damage, so there's also that. Okay. I'll go for what I know, I guess. See how it works out. They should still work as well. I'll try. I'll probably still go Contagion.
A strong spirit.
No, I already regret it. I should have gone for the build you mentioned. Mystical, yeah. Glad Contagion Genshin's first item is OP. You think the round shield is that good? Is it because of the HP 5?
Tanks.
You may yet be worthy.
Oh, I see. Just me those. I see.
Tanks.
Yeah. Maybe I should look more at Glad Shield. I feel like it's definitely an item that I have been bad at remembering even exists, because it's been out for so long.
Okay.
Little off on the timing, but it works.
A strong spirit. That.
I also forgot to buy pots like an idiot again. Why do I do this so often? I'm actually gonna lose the lane now because of it. Like, literally. Yeah, literally. I lost because of that. I'm so mad. I'm actually tilted. Today is not my day. I'm actually mad. I'm so fucking pissed. Thank God he's just as stupid as me, I guess. But I'm gonna have to back straight away. Yeah, I'm just tilted. It's fine. I'll allow myself to be tilted for my own stupidity. Because that can't happen, man. That was so bad. Like, legit. No, I'm gonna do something else, alright? For my own stupidity, this is your punishment. Now you have Chalice, idiot. Fucking hell. Yeah, I do like... there's so many smaller things that I'm just not used to. Like buying Chalice on the first back would be so worth it. I need to do that way more often. Alright, he's 5, but I have a decent amount of minions. Not enough to hit 5 though.
May your will to live carry you through hard times. My father.
Shouldn't have gone the aggressive way. Yeah.
Attack!
Shut up, Suka. You can make me laugh when I'm pissed, by the way. You can do that. It's not gonna work.
Anything right. Be careful.
Enemy spotted.
What is enemy has returned to base again? I always fucking forget. Where's the command for that?
Is deadly. Enemies have returned to base.
Okay, thank you. I need to get that one in my head. Because it's so useful.
You can't avoid my blade.
I'm gonna go grab this shit.
Attack!
My aim is deadly. Enemy ultimate is down.
I don't even want to go in. I don't have my 3 up yet, so... They might be on the Bull Demon. Okay, sure, ult. You can just not go off. That also fucking works? Oh my god.
For my country.
I'm so mad.
Okay.
Enemy ultimate down.
I need to be more... Yeah. There's no other word for just sloppy. I'm just sloppy today. Sloppy is definitely the correct word for me right now. Log in. Damn, this is what I get for playing different games. I've forgotten how to play Smite now. I don't even know what I'm playing.
Set up an ambush here. Enemies incoming.
Startling.
Like, where am I? Nice. Yeah, I just need to ult as a response, but fucking hell. I am playing this super bad. Can I do? I still can't fucking log onto walls. He's living with the axe though. I should have known that before. That means I can box him if he misses the axe.
Enemy missing.
Falling back.
Enemy spotted.
2 leveled up at a time. Jesus Christ. The slow is the worst part. Like, legit.
Retreat.
Your right tower is under
Chuck's slow is so dominant. I still can't log onto walls. And I can't even hit my shit on anything. I'll try an ult. Any day of the week. Oh, that sucks.
I don't know if
the charade up much longer.
Enemy ultimate down.
You know what? Maybe I'll do Glad Shield here as well. Why not? Maybe this is a horrible idea, but I'm gonna do Glad Shield. Tell me how big of a mistake this is. Every single one of you in chat.
We must know when the enemy will attack.
Not that bad? Damn. Damn. I have leveled up from making bad decisions to decent decisions. Fantastic. You and your fucking ult. I hate your ult. Didn't expect him. Shouldn't I get some anti-healing though? That was my main problem with this build. Also, I'm gonna upgrade this already.
I've never seen such craftsmanship.
Okay, thank God. Jesus Christ, man. The level lead is making the difference again. His axe just fucking chunks me. And I actually have no protections. Doesn't really matter.
He must have choking on the meatball. Don't come back again. You think that you're gonna
What is the cooldown on his shit? Excuse me, did he ult same time as me before? Jesus Christ. That was a miscalculation. Yeah, full CDR chug is definitely making a difference for him right now. And he also heals very much. Bro, what? He's going full damage. He's actually full damage. Okay, well actually that makes it good for me, I'm not gonna lie. A full damage Chaka is gonna struggle heavily once I finish protection. Him juking my 2 with his fucking teleport is the worst thing that has ever happened to me. I'm playing bad. Because she shouldn't be allowed to do that. Ever. It's just simply me playing bad. This is not my day, guys. That's pretty much all I can say. I'm definitely going Pridwin next. Because I feel like I need the cooldown. I'm also thinking a beats might be good here. Just for later. It's either that or sprint. Yeah, no, never mind, I'm going sprint. I'm tired of Chuck's CC. Or he's slow specifically. Yeah.
Help left lane, left lane, left lane, left lane, left lane.
Still hit me. Like, I don't want to take anything away from this guy, because he is playing well, but I don't want to, like, I'm playing so bad. I don't think it's fully on him. I'm just making the worst decisions.
Enemies incoming.
Out of mana. Out of mana.
Do this slow.
I'm going for jungle buff. Help!
Didn't expect the two others, but I mean, she would have gotten me anyway. Bad chase as well, but again, did not expect so many people there either. I need to just farm. I didn't get anything out of that fight, really. So, well, I got Sylvanas' kill, but let's be real, that's not gonna happen.
Retreat middle lane. Enemy missing right.
It doesn't really help that Clio just taking all my waves at the moment. You could have given me that. You could have given me that, Clio, alright? For taking all my waves. That was my payment right there. You stole my payment. Guess my payment will have to be the tower.
You can't avoid my blade.
Alright, I'll try and shape up now, guys. I apologize for my poor display. I want this first, though. Well, I simply just suck. I have nothing to say. Scylla two-shot me. With some help from Chuck. I don't think this VOD is gonna go up on the YouTube channel. It's like I have to relearn the game. My decision making is actually novice level right now. Also, our words suck. I'm gonna get one word.
Every advantage.
You think anti-heal is overrated? It might be. And I can't believe Clio went and took my lanes again.
Enemy spotted.
She better not come from my blue buff.
Attack left lane.
May your will to live carry you through hard times.
Oh, Divine Brawl is... yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I guess sometimes you have a jungler where it might not work.
Enemy missing enemies incoming middle.
Bro, I'm not getting any of these kills.
Two meatballs is better than one. That was a salty anchovy. It is time for the main course.
Without the enemy's location, we will be blind.
I need to just keep farming.
My aim is deadly.
This is probably most definitely my worst Mulan game, I think. On top of my worst Hercules game earlier as well.
There'd be a warm glow at the end.
Let's celebrate. Where's the vino?
Sigil, what up next? In terms of... Like, I kind of need some magical protection now. Scylla absolutely destroys me. Not that Ishtar doesn't, but still. Pestia binding? Probably Pestia then.
I'll make do.
This might be a short stream too, because if I keep playing bad, I would rather just do like a hard stop and just try better next time, because today has been fucking rough. I can't play well today. Even if I'm okay mechanically, my decision making is just all over the place today. One more. Sigil, shut up. You're like the best hype man in the world, but you're the worst, what is the opposite? when someone needs to stop something, you're the worst at stopping them. I'm gonna take her as a so dead.
Try not to get eaten alive.
A strong spirit.
Please.
It does suck that my tick rest keeps going up though. He's not as much as me, so I guess we both suck. They're actually pushing. I just don't want to get hit by Scylla. Nah.
Compliments to the chef.
We must know when the enemy will attack.
We definitely can't fight, but holy shit. We need to chill. A bit more than that. That went alright until people went back in. Now, to actually kill their carriers, I'm gonna need 20.
You can't avoid our blade.
I just got to give up gold. Bro, I'm so close to 20, it hurts my soul. I'll finish Pesty and
Quality.
I need 500 gold somewhere else.
I take it.
Guess that's fighting in mid.
On my way.
An enemy has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
Yo, I just arrived. I'm taking the hit. I guess I shouldn't have died for him, but come on, man. Fuck. He's betting a lot of time, which is good. Yeah, I need 150 gold. So I can just finish my stuff. That's gonna make me so much more useful.
Enemy spotted.
Amazing. You made
Fine. I at least got one of them. Definitely a weird, desperate move we're not going with there. And check over chase, that's also good. Very weird, desperate move.
Half-life.
Well, we did remove 2 Bio Giants. None of the carries, though. You're pretty much dictating my build at this point, Seagull. What do you think for last item? Spirit Rope? For some double protection and the CC immunity? Or CC reduction? Binding? Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. That Phoenix died fast. But I guess that makes sense against the Ishtar. That was certainly one-sided, suddenly. I do not deserve to win this game. Can we even end? No, we can't. If we win this game, I don't deserve to win it. Unless I do some big play that redeems my actions of this game.
Now leave me alone.
I'll do this. They don't need me for gold anyway. That's also an Oni Fury, to make things even better for us. Damn, that kind of sucks. I feel we shouldn't be giving them that.
We must know when the enemy will attack.
Thank you. I'll defend rightly. Warp the fire giant.
No more.
Thank you for helping me get this team. It's very nice of you. I'm just gonna stay here for all eternity.
The fire giant.
Now we're playing. I'll get a different thing this time. Let's get a Raven Ward. I'll get the cooldown buff real quick.
Ultimate is down.
Yeah, I think we might have been able to end, but because Nua went back. My biggest issue is that Nua went home. That's a really big pickup for them.
I'll defend on my way. Defend rightly.
I'll defend.
Thank you.
Is there another fire wave? I can't tell. Suppose the map. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, they just went all in for Nuo there. Okay. We're pretty much like is literally everyone and their mother and their dead grandmother can see that Clio is the reason we won this game. Yeah, what's hard to miss Mulan? It does feel that way. Mulan 3 is definitely easy to hit for the most part. You can still juke it, but it's pretty easy to hit the Mulan 3. It has a pretty big hitbox for sure. Honestly, I don't even think the problem with I don't think the broken part is how easy it is to hit, is how long the range is. The range is fucking insane. It's unnecessarily long in my opinion. Yeah, Mulan's old or 3 was bad when you couldn't instantly or like when you couldn't aim it. It's kind of like Hercules' ultimate, whereas it just feels so much better now that you can aim it. Yeah, I mean, Clio is the reason why we came back into this game in the first place. Jack did a lot of damage though. He also died a lot. Kind of the nature of playing a full damage chunk. Move to go. Thank you for the raid, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a good stream. Think you played that well overall. Playing your games. Alright, see you now. Have a good one. I'll probably do 1 or 2 more before I completely tilt. No, what the fuck? I'm not queuing for practice mode. Go away. The fuck? Load is back? Maybe Smite is not dead. I don't even know who Load is. Maybe that's me being an asshole. And welcome, raiders. I'm having a shit day in terms of my Smite gameplay. So, maybe that will continue, or maybe this game was my turnaround. But I am playing bad. Jesus Christ, history. Yeah, so those are my 3 games today, so far. It's not going very well. It's a bad day. But I'll pick it back up. Hopefully. We'll see. Maybe I just pick something super boring that can't feed. Look, was it SCC? ADC at the end of last year? Okay. Actually, maybe I just go Vamana. I rarely, very, very rarely do bad on Vamana. Maybe I just do that. But Vamana is just so bad right now. If I made something like a Mulan, I'm just dead. Like Mulan, Searcher, Hercules, Cocoon. Vamana has so many rough matchups right now. Yeah, it's funny though, Seagull. Vamana is still the only god that I always perform on. But the thing is, even though I always perform on him, like I usually almost always do well in lane, but I never win the games. As you can see. Most of the time, I do well in lane. I don't remember this one. Yeah, I don't remember this one. Oh yeah, no, never mind. It's because we had the outpush support, right? I remember that. And I still believe I did well in lane, if I remember correctly with this. Don't mind my build. I solved all of my other stuff. This was a game. But, yeah. There's also games like this. I was against Jack. I mean, I just got shit on by Jack, but I won my lane pretty hard in this one. I was also against the Baron, so... Yeah, comfort picks matter a lot, but... Yeah. Sadly, Vamana has such obviously clear flaws in the way he works right now. Thank God I'm not top pick anymore. No more top pick for me.
Pick your god.
Maybe we should ban Clio. Don't want to deal with it again. Or again, I don't want to deal with it if it's going to be the same guy doing the same thing to me. As he did to my enemy team. Okay, thank God they banned it. Tier? Is this gonna be a solo tier? I'm actually gonna fall asleep against tier. Of all things. Why the big bad push man?
Select your god.
Rip an Archeo game? That's a good point. You're actually right. Archie would kind of be poggers here. I mean, it's pretty good against Neath too. Damn. Damn it. Why is Seagull? Counterpicking is based, yeah. And ooh, they also picked a Wheelix. Can a Wheelix use her too inside of my thing? No? Yeah. So okay. Where's bro? What is their comp? Who's going where? Is it gonna be like it's gonna be a Wheelix ADC or some shit, or Loki ADC, and then Neath mid? Some bullshit like that? I always support, I think. Okay, yeah, that could be the case. Oh yeah, no, actually that would make sense. As like a try to counterpick the Umoja, so she can't use her 3, I guess. Ooh, on her as well is kind of a ballsy pick into a Wheelix. Well, I guess he's still fine. He's got good self-peel, but just gotta be careful about jumping. Alright. Time to sit up. I also got up really early today, so there is also a slight chance that I'm playing extra shit because I'm kind of tired already. I got up pretty early today, and I can feel it. It's definitely gonna be a rough Giannis game, probably. Though, I mean, it could be for anyone. They might all just focus on her instead. I think Giannis has higher chance of surviving, to be honest, than on her if we go into full late game. Posture check, guys. Remember, don't fuck up your backs. We're too young for this. But we will. If we don't stretch, or at least sit a bit better. Your back is fucked. Well, mine is also fucked. But I don't want to fuck it more. So as a result, I try to unfuck it. Your sitting posture, absolutely disgusting. Well, it's good that you're aware of it, because then you can fix it, right? That's the first step, right?
This is incredibly powerful.
There's no, I'm against Scylla, right? I can go breastplate game, right? I'm not against Scylla. Please. Actually, I guess I'm not doing that anyway. I'm going for Iron Mail, so I can get Mystical Mail. Hey, Lobsterman. I hope you're having a good day. I certainly am not having a good Smite day, because I am playing like shit today. This has been my worst Smite day in a long time. But I'm finding some humor in it, because I'm playing like shit. Like, if you thought I sometimes made bad decisions, just imagine that 5 times worse. That's been my games today. Mechanically, it's fine. I can hit my shit for the most part. I'm just doing really dumb shit for no reason. Probably go breastplate first? Okay, well. I didn't read your message in time, so it's fine. Now we're doing this first. I guess I can get some wave clear early, I guess. We're cool. We're cool. But damn, I hate their team comp. Because physical protection is gonna be so good, but I also have to get something. I have to get something against the Scylla, otherwise I'm just gonna get 2-shot. So, I hate their team comp. I might only rely on like a binding slash a spirit rope, maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's bad. At least I remember pots this time, right? Progress. Absolution? Is that good on Artio? I feel like it's not that good for an Artio solo, but maybe that's just me. I can see it being good though, for later. Okay. So his shit wins against my shit. Kind of expected, but whatever. It is tier solo. Yes.
This will definitely be useful in the army.
Yes. This has happened twice to me today, by the way. It's the second game I'm getting killed super early, getting pushed into the tower. It's truly great. It's fantastic. I'm really good at it. I don't think this VOD is gonna end up on the YouTube channel. I'm gonna say it again. This VOD's staying right where it is. I'm deleting it later. Are you sure you want to hit me though?
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
That is sad.
No, and then he didn't wait for me. Nesha, why?
That is sad.
Excuse me? Nani the fuck? What kind of horse shit is that? And now he's got, what, 2 levels? Probably like a full level, I would imagine, but what the fuck, man? Why can you snowball so easily in solo? I hate it. This man got 1 kill. He's got a full level on me. Though, well, actually, no, it makes sense. He got 1 kill, and then I didn't get blue XP, and he did. So it makes sense.
Be right back. Be careful. Enemy ultimate.
I'll get some MP5 for my passive here.
Enemies in left flank!
How much is this? I'm not backing yet. Hell no.
Passed away like that?
Heck nah. We're being greedy.
Cooking on the meatball.
Look, he's dead. No fear of getting ganked. I'll see if I can get a little heal here, though.
No, that is refreshing.
Yeah, it's not gonna work anymore, my friend. No heal, though.
Enemy ultimate down.
A for effort.
This will surely help me defend myself.
I didn't get my 2 off in time. He actually landed perfectly and knocked me up as a good response.
No, that is refreshing.
Damn.
Be careful!
Cannot break. Trust this.
Next time, it will go better.
This will
Damn,
help me
Loki got
save the
clapped.
desert.
Between my abilities and then the ring toss. Don't have TP. I need this little win.
Okay, stop. Maybe a little salt will hurt someone.
luck shower you all.
Didn't get it off in time. Did not expect the fucking Wheelix. But yeah, it's hard. They have so much CC, I can barely ever get my 2 off in time for them to, to stop them from doing anything. It's gonna be good when they go on a different target, but when they go on me, I just can't do anything about it. I might need beats for this game. Hey Malice, what's up, man? Oh, fuck off.
Ready.
I don't know where he went. This fucking asshole's not letting me get my blue.
No, that is refreshing.
Group up.
Follow me.
An enemy has been slain.
Rise with the sun's flame. No, that is refreshing.
Go away. I just want my wave. If I had mana, she was dead, and I hate it. That would have been a really good fight for us if I had mana. Simple as that. I could have finished off Scylla and kept fighting. Again, oh my god. I'm not even gonna make it in time. Because Loki's here too.
This will help us see through the blizzard. Ready.
Come. Justice awaits.
Ready.
You chose this. You can remember it. Justice.
Compliment to Michelle.
No, that is refreshing.
Finally, something.
Don't mess with it, Jordan. Ready.
It really does help so much getting the cooldown online. I'll take these over actually getting anything else for now.
Don't mess with a northern girl. Ready.
I should have better secure than him if my 2 is up. So I'm gonna chill a bit. Yeah, he's not gonna secure shit with his 2. Was a good try though. I didn't expect the ult, but...
Retreat. Out of mana. Enemy missing middle. Be careful left.
I need to back before my blue spawns. Guess I'm not out. I'm just not gonna use any abilities. Simple as that. No abilities.
Ready.
Be gone.
Okay.
I don't want to start whining to Nesha, but Nesha, fucking hell. You gotta be here for the blue buff, man. If they're getting something else, it's fine. Whatever.
Ready. Ready.
You cannot break. Trust this.
I'm just gonna save my 2. That's all we need to deal with in a Wheelix, so... Yeah, you can do shit now. Damn, that is incredibly premature surrender.
Okay.
Yeah, the counter pick was good. Just super weird that a Wheelix ganked me super early for some reason. And I wish, by the way, was the support for the people that might not have known. Yeah, I'm actually kind of sad they surrendered. Finally, a game was going well for me. Except for, you know, dying at level fucking 2 again. But I got him back. We're good. I made up for it. Whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. I've been losing a lot today, so... I don't mind getting that back. My win rate on Artio, though? Bro, I need to see my win rate on Artio here. Because I'm pretty sure I've been winning every single game except for maybe one on Artio. History. Jesus Christ. No, I actually won every single one of them. Never mind. Artio is my big winning pick right now. I think Cerberus is pretty good as well, but it's more 50-50. I rarely do bad. There's one bad game there. A pretty bad one there. But like for the most part, my Cerberus game's a pretty high win rate as well. Just Guardians, I guess. Fucking Guardians. Yeah, it was pretty close. It was only a 2k difference. But I don't know. The thing is, some people are willing to surrender if their whole allied team is just completely tilted. And I'm not really sure what happened in their comms, but maybe some people weren't a fan of the Awilix support. I don't know. Maybe they were just super tilted. Who knows? Guardians is so much better than the Warriors late game. When actually late game. I feel like my big problem with playing Guardians in solo is that usually you end up giving up the lane, and that results in you maybe being completely useless sometimes because maybe the ADC got fed or the mid got fed or the jungle got fed, and suddenly you're in a situation where you can't do shit because whoever you're supposed to deal with is so much bigger than you, even though I haven't done anything wrong. That's the worst part about solo sometimes. If that your opponent gets so fed, you can no longer deal with them, and that's your only job. But you can't because they're fed. I hate that. Damn. Yeah, it was only a minute left when I got out of the game, Sigil. And with how long it takes to get into Smite, it's oh well, no, it's fine. Someone left. You're good, Sigil. No problem. The fake Rika left for you. I haven't played Wukong in a pretty long time, I feel like. I think I would be okay playing Horus if I knew my team. Because Horus is definitely a god that you're gonna need some follow-up. So 2 cheaters in the same lobby? Okay. Yeah, because the fake Rika was there, who is, I'm pretty sure is a hacker. And did we have a hacker on our team? Or was it in the enemy team? Or are you talking about Seagull? Oh, the Tabilo is cheating? Oh. Interesting. Aren't all hackers banned now? No. No, they're definitely not. I had a lot of hackers in my last stream. Almost every game had a hacker in it. We had to skip so many queues in the last stream because we're trying to avoid the hacker queue. Oh yeah, they're definitely still here. And apparently in the last game too. Which was luckily dodged, fun enough, by a hacker. What advantage did they have? All sorts of things. One of them was aimbotting. There was a lobby crasher as well in my last one, in the last stream. Oh, on stream as well, so you can always go and check it out. But yeah, there was a lobby crasher. 2 of them, actually. It depends on, like, different hackers have different things for sure. But yeah. Obviously the lobby crashing is the worst one. Speed hacking, I would say, is arguably also one of the worst ones. If someone picks Rama, which he did, by the way, if someone picks Rama and he also aimbots, you're gonna have a pretty bad time. And in that game, I was playing Artemis, but I did win, actually. For the most part, my lane in that game, but still. Only ever seen lobby crashing. It's also the only one you can actually say super easily, because, you know, when it happens. But aimbotting, wall hacking, what else? Like, yeah, speed hacking. Those are the 4 main hacks that I've seen. And thank you, Archie Baker, so much for the Prime. It's very nice of you. Cheating Smite is very sad. Cheating in general is just very sad. You shouldn't cheat. The only people where I'm like, okay, if you're a kid and you don't know any better, you should, you know, you're gonna learn once you get banned, right? And this is where I raise my hand, because that's exactly what happened to me. I was a little idiot. My brother introduced me to, wall hacking. And I was like, damn, that sounds great. Can you do that for me? He was like, yeah, sure. Here you go. And I got banned so fast. I made it too obvious. I didn't know any better. I was a stupid 14-year-old, all right? And thank you so much, Velox, for the Prime as well. I really appreciate it. And you guys started a hype train. I'm pretty sure that's the first hype train that's ever been on my stream. Very strange. It's a scam train, by the way. You don't need to do anything about it. You only ever cheated in Minecraft? Was it in PvP, though? I think cheating in single-player games is fine. Like, if you just want to have fun and do random shit, that's completely fine. It's just, it gets bad when it's at the expense of others.
My fists have a message for you.
The notification just playing twice. I don't know why. But thank you so much, I Black Sheep. I really appreciate it. Cheating video games, you cheat on your GF on God? What? Is that the rule book of cheating? You abused a game-breaking glitch as a teenager in Battlefield? I mean, I feel like abusing a glitch isn't as bad as hacking. Because while it's still kind of like, you shouldn't do that. If you know it's... Oh my god, another one dodged. You shouldn't do that. I even had Seagull, this sucks. You definitely shouldn't do that, either way. If you're aware of it being a glitch, abusing glitches I still think is a bad thing, and a lot of people will defend it, saying, well, maybe it shouldn't have been there in the first place, but still, glitches are a glitch for a reason. So unintended. Sometimes going a little too hard on them. It happened pretty recently for the people that may have played World of Warcraft, which happens pretty often. When something new in WoW comes out, there's usually a glitch that follows along with it. Usually they're not super abusable, but recently, when they released like old content, the Mists of Pandaria remix, where you could go back, play an older expansion, but you're gonna level up faster, and there was some mobs in the game you could farm super hard to level up super fast, and you got all like insane rewards for doing that as well. And people did that for a little while, and it was not intended, but it was kind of on the edge as well, because Blizzard should have known. It was like a common farming spot and all that stuff. So sometimes it's hard as well. Like, it's on the edge of being, is it the developer's fault or is it the player's fault for abusing it? There's definitely the gray areas for it. But anyway, that's kind of a complete sidetrack. But I do think cheating is generally obviously super bad. And anyone who does it, I feel like if you do it in a game like Smite, like, let's be real, who the fuck cares about where you're ranked in Smite? Who gives a fuck? You get just as good casual games as you get ranked games in Smite. Is my timer bugged? Yeah, it usually happens when something crashes or anything like that. It still works, it's just visually glitched. It's fine. So anyway, damn, I lost my thought process. But I think you guys get the gist of what I'm saying anyway. Actually, I guess I'll grab some water real quick. I ran out. Stay hydrated, folks. It's fucking hot right now. Yeah, as I said before, Bengus, I think it's completely fine cheating in a single-player game. It only really becomes bad when you're doing it at the expense of someone else. Like you're getting an unfair advantage in a PvP, but like in a single-player game, like GTA, San Andreas, or Minecraft, or I don't know, like Elden Ring, whatever you want to name it, as long as you're not using those hacks, like I guess Elden Ring is kind of a bad example. Some people actually do hack in PvP in Elden Ring, but hacking is just in general weird. Like I don't know why people find it fun. Like well, I mean, I do. Some people have like a weird twisted sense of accomplishment when they shit on someone, even if it's done in an unfair way. I guess like some people do have that weird thing, but still, it's so weird to me. Like I feel like I'm kind of like a broken record at this point, saying that like if I was hacking, I would feel like I would lose sense of purpose because I want to play a game to get better at the game. I don't play it to win. That kind of loses the enjoyment of it. Sure, sometimes you can absolutely, like, obviously I enjoy winning, but I don't want to win with unfair means. Like, that seems to just defeat the purpose of having a good fight, I guess. It seems weird. Pretty sure cheating becomes boring very quickly. Just takes all the challenges away. I mean, some people are definitely weird, and they seem to do it anyway. You got babied? Damn. I guess so, yeah, because I'm the lowest now. I mean, I'll support if I have to, but I would like to not support, to be honest. I'm not really feeling the support in me right now. Time to dodge? No, play it out, man. You gotta get up here. Nah, Seagull is currently under me. That's because I've been rising a lot recently. I'm slightly higher than Seagull. According to the last game, at least. Because I was... Yeah. Oh yeah, on your main account, you're definitely higher. Yeah. That's the thing. I need an alt so that when I get to 3K on this account, I can just quit. Which I might do, by the way. I might do that. Because fucking hell. Falling like I did before felt horrible. Again, for the people that may be somewhat recent to watching my streams, I instantly went to 2800, and then I went all the way down to 1900. It was real depressing. It was a 5. What the fuck are they doing? It was very demotivating when that happened. It wasn't instantly though, like it wasn't just that big of a loss streak, but the loss streak at first essentially went down to 400, then I got up a little bit again, and then I lost 400 again, and then I got up a little bit again, and then lost to 300, and overall it was 900. That's before 11.6, right? Some of it. Only some of it. You know, without opening the expensive wine. Small little thing about me, I've never been drunk in my life. A lot of Danes might look at this as a travesty, a complete betrayal of tradition, but I've never been drunk. So, just never had the interest. I don't want to make myself dumber. I'm dumb enough. I don't want to do that. It seems like it's counterproductive. I want to be smarter, not dumber. What are we looking at here? Could do the good old Cerberus for some aggression. Yeah, let's just do that. Common misconception that drinking makes you dumber. Well, it's the opposite. Do you mean like after? Or like when you sober up again? You got a bit more brain power? So when a smile, sometimes dumber is better. Maybe, yeah. You only realize the important things in life when drunk. But I know the important things in life for me. I don't feel like I need to also get dumber while thinking about it. I still feel like my point stands, at least in my case. For others, I'm sure it does work. Like, actually, it's kind of relieving for some people. But maybe you gotta be careful not to become, you know, straight up alcoholic, but I do think that my brain is in the right place, for the most part. Maybe not. I do play Smite on almost daily basis, which is probably a bad sign. If I told that to my doctor, he might give me medicine. Oh, wait. Other or another is the hacker, right? Uh-oh. So the Giannis is supposedly hacking? Yeah, well, I'm finally against Lobster or with Lobster in the same game, but I think they got a hacker over there. At least that's what someone said before. Kuzen's both farting over there. It sounds so disgusting. It's such a wet one. What is their team? Right? Is it Raijin solo? I guess so. It's gotta be. Happiness comes from alcohol, not relationships. I feel like your advice might not be good. Yeah, if he's not hacking, that's all good. I hope so. There's someone who mentioned it before. What are we looking at? Probably horrific. Yeah, man, yeah. I do want Blink though. Do I need both of these? Shit. How to spot hacking in Smite? Usually just by looking at the obvious hacking they're doing. Like if it's wall hacking, it has to be very obvious. If it's lobby crashing, you'll know. You'll definitely know if it's lobby crashing. I think the hard one for me to spot is aimbotting. Wall hacking tend to be pretty easy, because when you're looking to bait someone out and they're clearly not going in the same direction, or they're straight up looking at you, or whatever the case may be, it gets pretty easy to spot, you know? Nice. Yeah, Atlas definitely went a little too ham there, considering that Shablanki took a lot of poke. That's unfortunate. Not really much we could have done about that. We used everything on the buff, so... Kind of a stupid jump, but... I mean, goddamn. The balls on this Scotty, they're definitely there. Yeah, not even close. I was willing to take the death as long as Scotty didn't die, because Scotty is, yeah. Just gotta keep the Scotty pick. Alright. Just because of all that happened, I'm buying full wards here. Let's get it going. I'll probably stick around for another wave for Scotty. See if we can maybe grab a quick kill as well.
I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, it's up with you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Alright. My job is done.
Cool as a cucumber.
Maybe that's the problem. If I'm having bad days, I just play support. There we go. Right. Is this an erosion? I guess not. Not really. Like, what do you even build on supports these days, guys? Holy shit. Is he gonna go Soul Eater? You can jump with the ult? Yeah, you can now.
Will this make me look like a handsome pupper?
Alright. I am just probably gonna get Void tomorrow. Actually, I will not. Maybe I will. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I'll just get Kosari, just for our ADCs. We do have two of them. Damn, I tried to get him while he was stunned. Ouch. He has blink? Oh my god. I guess I should have looked.
Never imagined it would be like this. Maybe a little salt did hurt someone. Ow! I love that bandana.
Well, good to know. I had no idea.
Enemy ultimate down. That was salty anchovy.
Just grab one of them. Doesn't matter who. Just one of them. I do need some more farm though. I was almost 2 levels ahead of the Atlas. Now we even again. So farm for me, please. Nice.
An enemy has been slain. I have the nose
Janus probably has beats now. Yeah. Very aggressive build I'm running here. I'm gonna go straight into a Prit one though. Feel free to notify me if there is something I need as support, because I always forget what the fuck I'm building as support. Yeah, I'm prepared for him now. I don't want to get blinked again. Damn, no axe. Unfortunate.
Enemy ultimate down. Attack.
Compliments to the chef. Your middle tower is shut down. Double kill. Two meatballs is better than one. Your left tower is under attack.
God damn it. He actually got out of range.
They finally got me.
Your middle tower is under attack.
My ally.
Bro, they better get Raijin. They have to.
Been slain. Mamma mia, not again. On my way.
He actually got through. Compliments to the
I'm
chef.
gonna kick your butt.
We're losing some really bad exchanges here.
No problem. Kappa.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my
No
way.
one is but free. Attack! Two meatballs. Attack the Gold Fury.
Back I go again. Alright, Scotty took it upon herself to go. You guys don't want to win? I'll do it for you. Ruler is smacking them a bit, but
Enemies incoming middle! An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing left?
he is dead. It was pretty deep, but still.
I'm on it! An enemy has been slain.
Attack middle lane.
Be right back!
I took a risk.
Will this make me look like a handsome lumber?
If he aimed for me, I would have just been dead.
Not again!
But then he also might not have killed Scotty, so.
Healing! Follow me! An ally has been slain. Wow! Cool as a cucumber. I have the nose of a bloodhound.
Damn it. Jesus Christ, there's so much shit.
Nothing can harm.
Damn, Buller jumped in. And he was completely alone.
Sorry. Cancel that. That's too bad. On my way. Your middle tower is under attack. Right tower. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Slain. Cucumber. Ultimate is down.
We just can't stop the Suko from doing that. We don't have good peeling for knockup immunity.
Attack the Gold Fury!
I went all in for my voice. Damn, what should I get? Probably this, actually.
On my way! with you. I'm a good watchdog. I'm a good boy. It'll be over quickly.
I honestly thought we were gonna be able to kill them there, but because I only jumped in on the spot because I thought we could turn. To be honest, otherwise I wouldn't have jumped on the spot. I could have just gotten out. Guess I'll just do that next time. But I would rather try and be bait for as long as possible and then hope we can get something out of it. Because getting Tsukuyomi would be bigger than me. Because Tsukuyomi is going to be a problem for our carries. Whereas we still have a Kuzenbo if I die. I'm finishing this now. I'm tired of seeing it. Give me full blink. Yeah, I'm sorry for not saying too much in this game, guys. I tend to not say much when I play support. I'm so focused on constantly... Like, I'm just in overdrive. I'm rotating and I'm trying to help everyone. Trying to make something happen. And it doesn't help that I'm also tired. So.
I have the nose of a bloodhound. Okay, thanks.
It definitely could just be me, but Giannis definitely has good timing when it comes to trying to steal objectives. I don't know. It is a little sussy. So I'm saying... They obviously could have had a ward, so it's not impossible, but... Giannis has some very on-point ultimates. And Giannis is definitely a god that some wall hackers love using. So, while I don't want to straight up blame him for anything, I'm just saying. If someone gets accused for wall hacking or hacking in some way, and they're doing some very on-point, you know, skill shot ultimates, like a Giannis ult, through walls and shit, I will start thinking about it. Let's see if the ult comes for the gold here. It did not. Alright, 1 point to Giannis. Oh, I think we can confirm that Raijin definitely is not wall hacking. The Titan's on Calder. And Calder's going into the mountain. But yeah, Calder is very, very powerful if you're building a full ability based. A Calder just procs everything on someone and it does so much damage. Calder is definitely broken late game. I hate dealing with Scotty. What time is it? Probably do one last. What the fuck is this? Why are we reverse scoring here? 7 kills, 7 deaths. 3 deaths, 3 kills. 12 assists, 21 assists. That's kind of sus. That's the sussest thing in this match. Calder can crit as well, you have fail not. I imagine she did. I'll look at the build a bit later. Might be fun trying out for myself at some point. Actually, I mean, it's pretty much the same you'd build in Artemis, I guess. So, never mind. Yeah, not with a dash attack. But yeah, Calder is very strong. Which, you know, as a result, makes Skadi pretty strong. If you hit a full late game Skadi, a full ability based. Oh. This one I'm pretty sure is a known hacker. The jungler. At least according to a lot of people, he is. I don't think I have any experience with it myself, but that guy has been known for it. So maybe we just dodge this one.
Select your god.
What do you lose for dodging a game again? Just the Soda? Do you lose any MR or something like that in a ranked game? TP and the Soda? Okay. Yeah, because I am tempted to do it in this one. As I said, I haven't really seen much myself, but according to a lot of people, our top player in this one is a known hacker. It's not a lobby crasher, but from what I know, it's a wall hacking. I don't know if there's more to it. Not worth, I think I'll get a game anyway. Sure. It's just, you know, to protect the people on the enemy team who are possibly friends. And let them know maybe they should swap or like skip a queue or something like that. I mean, he's playing Jungle Gip, so assuming it is for himself. So that's a handicap, I suppose. Man, ADC though? You got baby gamed? That's okay, Lobster. I'm pretty sure there's hackers in this one. Don't worry. I am somewhat sure. Man, Thor, Kuzenbo, Chiron? I hate their team comp as a carry. I'll do the Shablanki as well, I guess. Decent escapability, an ult where I can maybe... Like, are you blind in Thor's ult as well? Or can you see through it? The Shablanki ult when you're in the air. I forgot how the interaction works. You can see over a bit. Okay. Also, they have a lot of physical. Maybe I go for a Berserker shield in this game. Okay. Well, seems like it might be a Chiron mid. Means I am now dealing with Heimdall, which is very annoying as Shibonke, if I have to be honest with you. Because he kind of wins in both boxing and ability-based damage. So, that's not good. Hmm. Yeah, I'm against a good ADC. This might be real tough. I don't think I'm nearly as good as he is. Not to mention he plays Heimdall, which I believe is a god he plays a pretty decent amount. If it's the same guy as I think it is. Has the ADC build changed? Or do you still go for the RC into like XE into chins and all that stuff? Or do you actually go crit now? I think crit's probably a bad idea against their comp, to be honest. Like Kuzenbo tier, possibly even Thor. If they also have a cheater, that's funny. Actually, it's not worth it. Not really, isn't it? What the hell do you build then? Actually, I took a picture before. Let me check what people built in the other game. Thank God I took a picture. Let's see. I can't really use this because they're ability based. And I don't want to build what Lobster built. I'm not gonna lie. Is that the build, Lobster? I don't even know. Maybe I'm the idiot here. What the hell do you build? Like, I'm sure that the build I'm gonna go for is probably gonna be fine, but I don't doubt that it's probably gonna be something better. I suppose I'll just do the build that I know. It's either that or I simply just build the same as what Heimdall builds. Took a little too much poke here. Jesus Christ, bro. Heimdall. Chill, man. I hate Heimdall. Especially a good Heimdall. That's the worst. And the Kuzenbo on top of it is just not helping. Mannequins does seem good too. It's kind of rough early, but it's super good late. Mannequin is one of those items that simply gets better the more items you get. And especially when you finish it. Then it's super good. And because we have a gap jungle, I don't even think we can do anything about this. I'm just completely oom. But nice. Pavianis. They still got both our buffs though. So, that still sucks. And they might even zone as well. I don't know, I definitely have grown very fond of Mannequin. Is it the best? I don't know. But I do like it a lot. I see, like, there's so many, like, the amount of variation in builds in ADC at the moment I think is honestly really good. Kind of the same thing with solo. Didn't even get the assist for that. A bad ult. Should have ulted before.
Okay, so maybe a little softer.
Eyes open.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Just wanted a bit more. I see. Are people going oboe? Or are people actually going for the this fucking thing now? Stormseeker. Was that... Did Lobster actually build the build? Was that the build? The big boy ADC build? So long as dash and normal seems so odd. Seems normal to me. One day maybe I'll get rid of my, I guess, need to always use normal cast. I just can't get rid of it. He's level 10, man. Fuck this. Like, how?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted. Let's light it up.
That's a kill that helps me quite a bit. Studenti, you... Wait. Studeni? I still don't know how to say your name, man. But what the fuck did you build this ADC? Apparently the build changed. XE is bad now, I heard, so I didn't go XE. And now I'm just copying the Heimdall's build. Crit usually. XE is always good? Damn. I'm getting different information. I don't want to sell this now, because I am just gonna, you know, fall behind. Shit. Whatever. I'll go oboe then, and I'm delaying my build, because holy fuck. Maybe I should have went Stormseeker for the memes. But, goddammit. No, it was like pinned down chat said XE is not worth it anymore, I believe, something like that. What did you say? XE is not worth now, I believe he said, so I decided not to go for it. Still though, blame is not really just on them. I could have just made a decision myself. Yeah, I mean, XC is rarely bad. That's for sure.
Compliments to the chef. Two meatballs is better than one.
In terms of like meta statistics. Also, I need to ult more. Like, holy fuck.
An ally has been slain.
Damn, I just got... Can you actually do that? So... Damn, I didn't know you could do that. Can you... Maybe it did it so fast, but can you actually use your 2 and then blink? That's what it looked like to me. Maybe it just happened a little too fast. Yeah, Obo second is shit. I can definitely agree with you there. I think I do that. Man, there's just fucking snot or some shit. What the fuck just happened? It felt like it. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I would never myself go Obo second. I just did it now because for some reason I felt like I needed to get that item finished. Yeah, that's bad by me. I shouldn't have tried to trade with him knowing that my beats are still down. But I also didn't expect him to have Blink. Fucking everyone runs Blink these days. I don't even think Oppo is that good at the moment. Normally I would never even build it. But there's nothing in this tree that I would build. So I just went for this because I had to build something. It'll work later, trust. 100%. I'll probably have to go for the chins build though.
Enemy missing right. Light it up.
Okay, stop. Maybe a little soft in her.
Holy fuck, just hit.
Enemy missing right.
You think you can just pass away like that? Compliment.
Enemy ultimate down.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Definitely cannot deal with that. Jesus Christ. Of course, Thor was waiting. Yeah, that sucks. We just lost all control by losing that. I mean, I guess it's not actually going as well as I thought it was. Damn, how is Archer so far behind? Maybe, well, we still have a gap jungle, so there's also that. We don't have any vision, that also obviously doesn't help. What, is this a tier jungle? No, it is tier solo, it seems.
Mamma mia, not again! Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower. Fresh meat has been tenderized. That was a salty anchovy.
Check it out.
Don't come back again!
My beats are down now, so I am chilling. As hard as one possibly could chill.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's nothing for me to do but just farm. He caught my dash, I'm so mad. I'm so mad he caught my dash like that. Student I, what do you think I should build here though? Just try and salvage this horrible build. Like a... probably dominance, I guess. Dumb chins, yeah. Okay. But yeah, normally I don't like admitting it, but in this case I'm absolutely outclassed. Monk is way better than me on ADC, like without a doubt, and not to mention he's got his prime god. I don't stand a single chance against him, so I'm trying not to fight, but he's obviously playing it super aggressively. And on top of that, like, no one is winning. So I'm kind of getting shit on when I fight now, because we're not winning anyway. If he turned around, he might have killed someone with it instead. They're all so low. Get him, R2. She went the other way. Well. Let's see if we can make it in time. Oh. I'll grab this. Don't worry, Giannis. I'm getting the important one. A random speed buff running around too? Heimdall is back up. I'll see if I can get this wave real quick and dip out.
Okay. I'll attack right lane. Worth the detour.
my god. Oh my I could have beats, but it wouldn't have done shit. I just needed to my dash back up. Giannis is unfortunately not hitting much here. Damn, that just sucks. Like, I mean, having a Gep jungle isn't really gonna do well for us. Which is probably the biggest reason why we lost this, to be fair. Well, whatever. Not really much to do in this one. It felt like by the time I was able to do anything, it was just kind of too late. I still got shit on though. I'm not denying that at all. That's for sure. I got absolutely clapped. Monk is much better than me in ADC. And I always find Heimdall so hard to deal with. Like in a 1v1, I have no idea how the fuck you deal with Heimdall. You just can't. He does everything better than most. You can't box him, he does way too much damage for that. He's got pretty good poke, but in general, I think the ability-based hunters are the ones who's best against him. Like Artemis, like Uller, like I don't know, Chiron, I'm not really sure, but the ones who can smack him before he gets the chance to smack you. So so yeah, for now I'll just have to wait and see. Maybe I should practice some Heimdall. But to get to Monk's level, I need to practice a lot more. I'm bad at the auto cancelling with a 3. I can't do that shit at all. Anyway, guys. Honor is good into him? Yeah, Honor is pretty good too, but I don't think Honor is that good into him. Is he? I always kind of felt like it's kind of an even matchup, but maybe that's just me. Anyway. I think I'll end it here, even though it's kind of an unsatisfying last game, but it's nearing 1 AM, so I want to do myself a favor. I just stop. Yeah, Charybdis. I think Charybdis could work against him. It's just, even if you win the early game, he's still going to be there for mid game and you can't box him. Though Charybdis in general probably just stalemates most, because she's got super good escapability. She's quite nice in that aspect. Anyway, thank you guys for watching as always. I really appreciate it. I expect that I'll just be back tomorrow for some more Smite. And yeah, I'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.